Welcome back to the Build Show. Sorry, that was the little miss trying her bathing suits on and trying to show me her bathing suits because we're getting ready to leave on Sunday. So if you caught that, she was in the camera for a moment. Anyway, welcome back to the Build Show. I'm your host, Ben Estrito, over here at the Empower Gaming Studios. It's so big you could not go. Just kidding. It's not that big. But it's big enough to house all these parts, and these parts are pretty cool, right? So what we're going to do today is 2 builds. I know I said I was going to go live around 3 p.m., but my schedule kind of got tied up a little bit, and I wasn't able to go live. And then when I first started the stream, I ended up having to drop it and restart the stream because we were just dropping frames like crazy. So I apologize about that as well. I don't know what the deal is. It's probably my PC just getting ready to give up. But welcome in, Robert. Welcome back to the Build Show. Ant-Man, welcome back to the Build Show. I did see that on the original stream. Sadie, welcome back to the Build Show. Tat over on Twitch, welcome back to the Build Show. Xeon, the Cyber Wagon. Yo, what's up? Welcome back to the Build Show, sir. And Addy, Adis himself is here. Let's go. Ant-Man, I already said that. I thought the 5090 was 32 gigs. Yeah, I fixed that. Sorry about that. I don't know why. As I was rushing through trying to get the stream started, I typed 24 instead of 32 because I'm so used to doing that for the 4090. I've not done too many 5090 builds. I've done a couple. But also I have good news. There's a sale now. I can buy my rig. Nice. What's up, Chef? Welcome back to the Build Show over there on Twitch. But we got a little bit of a mixed crew tonight, so we're gonna be doing 2 builds. We got this one lined up for Adis, and then we also have another build lined up. What's up, Joe? So we'll have 2 builds total tonight that we have to get through. One of them I have to ship. The other one has to be ready for pickup tomorrow. I'm also doing an email migration tonight. Woo! So we're doing that around 1 o'clock. So hopefully we're done before 1. I hope. These builds I don't think are too bad. This is probably the heavier of the 2 in comparison. So when it comes to the efforts of the build. Anyway, let's run through the parts we've got for the CPU. We'll start off for this build is the Ryzen 7 9800X3D. This thing over here hiding in the corner. But these are all parts that were purchased by the customer. So he went, I believe, to Micro Center, because I see a lot of Micro Center stickers here. Picked out his parts and then brought them to me to build for him. And so we are going to be just doing his build for him. So it's the Ryzen 7 9800X3D. We did include... Oh, thank you, 80 for the sub over there on the Twitch side. Thank you. Forgot about Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is there too. Then we have the AIM-5 Thermalright contact frame that I threw in there as well as our G-Skill Trident Z5 Royal kit. This is the first time I'm actually using G-Skill Royal for DDR5. Typically, I don't deal with the Trident Z5 Royal because it's just some of the more expensive RAM, so we don't typically build with that very often. So it's very cool to see that, and that's my first time actually getting to build with it, so that's pretty cool. Next, we're going to be installing all of that onto an Asus ROG Crosshair X870E Apex motherboard. So this is a high-end motherboard, not one of your cheap X870s. It's a very good one. And then we have the Kraken Elite 360 addressable RGB AIO, but we're actually going to be replacing the fans with some Lian Li fans, so we have all the same fans or flavor of fan throughout the entire build. So we do have some extra fans that we're going to be throwing on there to make sure at least that we have all the same fans in the build. Anyway, after that we have let's see here, a Samsung 9100 Pro. I don't have a list that I would normally be reading from, so I'd be reading a lot faster, so I apologize. I'm just kind of winging it. But the 9100 Pro, which is a Gen 5 SSD, that's here, and that's 2 terabytes. And then we also have the RTX 5090, which is the ROG Astral that we'll be putting in there. And then we have the Lian Li Edge 1300 watt 80 plus platinum power supply. And again, we got Uni TL wireless LCD fans, as well as the Uni Fan TL wireless 120s without the LCDs. So we have a mixture of fans here, and we have a mixture of reversed and non-reversed for the build. In addition to that, we do have streamers that we're going to be adding. Looks like one was an open box, but we do have streamers that we will be adding to the build, and then we have Cryonaut Extreme for the thermal paste. So that is the build that we're going to be doing. Hey, what's up, Deether? I just got on with my new build. First place I come to is here. Nice. What's up? So it's an honor to be on the first thing on your build. Case? Oh yeah, the case. Good call, Chef. The 011 Dynamic Evo XL. Hold on. All the ladies are here. Okay, so the case is a Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo XL. So it's the large version of the 011 Dynamic. Hey, what's up? Yes, sir. What's up, Ben? Watching stream in my truck, LOL. Saying, nice. You're welcome and glad to be here. Nice, 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 nice. Yep, so, sorry, the girls are trying to leave, and I had to tell them that there was a bunch of stuff still in the trunk. That I picked up today, so I was like, you know, I didn't know you guys were going anywhere. So anyway, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's build this 5090 build, shall we? It's gonna be a long night, so let's do it. We're gonna make it through this. So, I think all of my parts finally came in, and I put it together in less than 2 hours. Nice. Crap somewhere. There's a caution. Hold on, we gotta read the caution. Adis, do you know if you wanted to save any of the boxes, or did you want to get rid of them all? It doesn't make a difference to me. What'd you end up building, Deether? Deether? Don't eat the battery. No, I won't. Save them for me. Got it. I will save the boxes. Okay. Well, that is very interesting. Do you see something very different about this motherboard? Anybody want to point something out that's different? Let's start with the RAM. We only got 2 slots here. And then we have a DIMM. A DIMM 2. That is cool. Board also comes with a ROG memory fan kit. So that is cool. That we're gonna have to look at and see how we set that up. Never had one. And there's your DIMM 2 device, which is cool. Cool stuff. All right, so with this, I believe that's DIMM A and DIMM B. And then we have DIMM 2. So we have DIMM A, DIMM B, and then DIMM 2. So this would be, I think, an expansion for your M.2. It would be for this thing that comes with the motherboard. This is your DIMM 2, quote unquote. Oh. And if we take this off, I bet there's M.2 slots underneath this. There are. This is like an expansion for M.2. I'll show you guys really quick. We're not going to use it in this build because we only have one SSD. There's no reason to install it. Hey, what's up, Austin? Welcome back to the build show, sir. I got an ROG B760 ITX open box from Newegg. An ITX project ongoing, nice. So yeah, this would be your DIMM 2 card, which is just an M.2 socket. Got one on this side and then another on the other side, I believe. Yes. And that's got a heat spreader that goes over the top of it. That's all that is. Pretty cool. Expansion card for additional M.2s. But interesting, because you sacrifice the 2 slots, not that you actually use four sticks in this in DDR5 with DDR5. So generally, you don't use 4 sticks of DDR5. Besides keeping the DIMM 2 from getting lost. Yeah, Mike. All white Vision compact with the 870 Elite Aurora Ryzen 7 9700X. Nice. Solid build. I'm just geeking out with this new hardware. We get to play with all the new stuff all the time. So anyway, that's what your DIMM 2 slot is. It's a expansion for additional M.2s, and then of course we have our regular DIMMs for DDR5 RAM. So let's go ahead and install our Ryzen 7 9800X3D. And if we slide this up, we do have a little warning label, or a caution label. Not a warning, it's a caution. You can zoom in on this so everybody can enjoy it. Only remove the expansion card from the end closest to the motherboard. I/O ports. So don't do it that way, and don't do it that way. Do it that way. That must be unique for this connector, because usually I just push the bracket down and lift straight up. Never really had an issue before. Oh, it's spring-loaded, that's why. Spring-loaded to just stay open, unless something's in there. That's why they want you to lift, like so. Kind of hard to do with a 5090, though, not gonna lie. So, cool, but excessive. But we like excessive. Alright, so let's go back to installing our CPU, our contact frame, our RAM and our SSD, and then our cooler brackets. Then we can get a case out. Don't know how much it matters, but one of them RAM ports were slightly dusty on the board. I blew them out a bit, if you can see any left over. I did not see any. Alright, so we're going to install our Thermalright AM5 contact frame over the top of the CPU that we have gently dropped into the socket. It's for you, Robert. Noticed it wasn't in the bag when you took it out of the box. What wasn't in the bag? Was it a used board? I don't think this one has a anti-static bag. Or, yeah, an anti-static bag. Yeah, not all of them come with anti-static bags anymore. But definitely seems new. All the plastics have been on everything, and the peels are all there. So, somebody ran this board. I doubt it. They didn't run it for very long. Got it. The case was anti-static itself, the plastic. Got it. Well, all the pins looked good, so there was no problems there when I put the CPU in, so that's usually a concern if it was an open box. So this is a tool that comes with it that you would need to remove that contact frame if you ever needed to. It's in the bag with your original contact frame that came with the motherboard. And that'll be in your motherboard box. Okay, next up is the RAM. We're going to go ahead and open up our G-Skill Trident Z5 Royal. I should be wearing gloves. BH. Fudge. I'm just gonna try really hard not to touch the silver piece. There we go. Got the peels peeled from the RAM. Viewers, hey Ben. That download worked. Thanks, Neil. No problem. I'm glad that worked out. If there are any other drivers missing, Neil, let me know, and we could do a remote session tomorrow and take care of that. So fancy. The system will play CS2 well. I don't think it'll actually play Crysis, though. I think it's gonna be a little bit, you know, 30-ish frames per second with Crysis. Drop with care. That is correct. You guys think that should be a t-shirt? All right, next up is our, I already opened it, but it's a Samsung 9100 Pro, 2 terabyte. It's got the 14700, which is double your PCI 4.0, as a PCI 5.0 drive. Double the read-write speeds. So it's a super fast SSD. Should make installing Windows like 2.5 seconds. Joking, of course. Next is we do want to confirm on our Asus motherboards that generally have a unique scenario. I need to confirm which M.2 slot we want to install this in. So let me go refer to the manual, which is not included in the motherboard box, but is going to be online. So give me just a moment and then we'll get to installing our SSD. So I'll be right back. I have to go look it up on my computer. Okay, so for the record, M.2 1, M.2 2, which is, I think, here. It's actually not mapped out on the board very well. And then M.2 3 are all PCIe 5.0 capable. But if you put something in M.2 3, it actually will, it says, when M.2 3 is enabled, PCIe X16 1, which is your GPU slot, will run at X8, which so you half the bandwidth on that. And then PCI 16.2, which is down here. I don't know if that's showing on the camera or not, but it's the bottom slot. And it's a full X16 slot. Will run at by 4, so it's 1/4 or 1/2 of its speed, depending on if that's a full 16 slot. And M.22 will be disabled. So the idea here is don't ever put anything in M.23, just for the record, on this board. That's the answer. Don't put anything in M.23. Because you screw everything else up, apparently. So you have access to M.21 and M.22, which I believe are these two. All right, so let's go ahead and put it in the top one, which looks like it's going to be toolless. Nice. Yes, confirmed this is M.21. That's where we want to be. This is more like a putty than a thermal pad. Interesting. All right, so now that that's installed, the last thing we need to do is install our contact or mounting brackets for our cooler. Poor Steve the Stain. Don't get no screen time. He's over there. There. Steve the Stain, right there. I had a water block land on the mat, and thermal paste imprinted the water block there. And that's what we got. Steve the Stain. So, that's what Intel for the win, aka Roy, is referring to. And it's always on the stream because it's there on the pad. Well, that's what you get when you get a $700 motherboard. Yeah, pretty much. You get limitations. But, I mean, no. This is actually a really good board. So there's the 2 slots there. And then I believe there's more slots below, which are going to be PCIe Gen 4, and then you also have the DIMM 2 expansion card, which you can use. So those are in addition. But that would be the slot that I'd put it in as the first one, the M.21. Oops. Wrong screwdriver. Really? %99 sure we have to take these off for this Kraken. So I'm just going to do it and then ask questions later. Let's break the Kraken out. The Kraken Elite 360 by NZXT. Let's go ahead and get our brackets out and then get those installed, and then we can get the case out, start tackling things in there. We're going to look at a white screen for just a moment. It's interesting. We got mounting accessories. Well, I'm kind of happy that the fans aren't actually already pre-mounted to the radiator, because that'll save me some time. We're going to be installing different fans, so we won't be using these. Here's our AMD kit. AMD kit. That's all we needed. rid of that box. Okay, so our AMD kit. Do what we have to do. I have not installed one of these in a long time. Hey, I want to cuddle. Thank you for the follow over there on Twitch. How's it going? Welcome to the build show. Austin, that's what I mean. No pads, putty. It's kind of more like a putty, not a pad. But it's still a pad. The 2-DIMM motherboard, fire. Yes, sir. DDR5 the way it's meant to be built. Only with 2. Oh, thank goodness. Only with the 2 DIMMs. I think that's how most motherboards should do it going forward. Just to remove the rest of them. Trying really hard not to touch the Trident Z5 Royal RAM that I already peeled. These are just little studs that we're adding. Looked at a whole setup to where the GPU got power from the motherboard. Both the board and the GPU are hella costly. Oh yeah, I bet they are. Probably super expensive. Then you got this massive cable for the screen. I assume it plugs into the screen somewhere. And then runs back to the back of the PC. We'll have to save that cable for later. That for later. But we are good to move on to breaking a case out. Well, you know what? Let's peel these real quick. Peel the peels. I think that's all of them. Move the board over there, and then we'll zoom back out and get the case out. Looks like we're slightly slanted. I might have bumped that with my head earlier today. Plugs into radiator. Oh, it plugs into the radiator? That's weird. Thank you, Chef, for telling me. I probably would have spent 15 minutes looking for the connector. You guys can tell that I don't do a ton of NZXT here, right? Oh. Okay, this is the 11 Dynamic Evo XL. It's a big boy. Oh, there's a box inside the box. Man, if cases get any bigger, I'm gonna have to get a higher ceiling. The camera's just too close, you know? Oh. All right, so that's a behemoth of a case. But this is the Leon Lee 011 Dynamic Evo XL. It's a behemoth. You don't know which one to pick. Let's go back and look. I'm stuck between picking a 9950X3D and an i9-14900K. Oh, this is easy. So the answer is, I want to cuddle over on Twitch. Go with the 9950X3D. Or, if you're just gaming, do the Ryzen 7 9800X3D. But if you're streaming and gaming, maybe you want the extra cores, the 9950X3D. Stay away from the Intel 14900K. Trust me on that. Roy, you can come over here and make an argument in the Twitch chat. I know you want to. You can use the regular GPU with a BTF board. You just get the one cable going to the GPU. Oh, nice. If the box ain't heavy, I just send it back. Jeez. Is that how you determine if it's quality or not? Is that what you meant? This is going to be a long build, Ben? No, this is not what I meant, but it fits. Thank you for the sub, Wiz Nation. Appreciate you. 5090, yes, sir. Typical viewer, welcome to the build show. Welcome back, sir. Thanks, fam. I game and I use Unreal Engine. Well, yeah. The Ryzen 9 9950X3D is probably going to be the better option. The Intel i9-14900K, unfortunately, by Intel, has a lot of issues. There's a lot of degrading issues going on with their chips. So anybody that's asking me that's hemming and hawing between the two, I always tell them go with the Ryzen 9 or go with AMD versus the Intel right now, unless it's the Ultra series. So if you want to go to the Ultra series, to my knowledge, there isn't any of those problems. But the 14900K, just stay away from it. Unfortunately. Intel for the way. Here comes Tat. Yeah, come in here and argue it. Tell him. I just got the 9950. Don't worry about the X3D part. Yeah, the X3D part, honestly, not the biggest deal once you get to that size of a chip. So if you wanted to save a few bucks, you could probably do just fine with the regular Ryzen 9 9950. Intel i5-14 series is pretty solid. Yeah, but he's working on the Unreal Engine, so he wants the extra cores. And he probably wants PCIe 5.0. So I would go with Ryzen 9 9950X3D, and I would go with at least an X870E or an 8X70, just the X870 motherboard. That'll get you PCIe 5.0. And then you can go with a 9100 Pro or two of them and split. Put one of them for the OS and one of them for your apps, like the Unreal Engine. So that's what I would do for that type of build. And then RAM, DDR5, just keep in mind you don't want to run 4 sticks, you want to run 2, and the maximum you could really run truly is 96 gigabytes with 2 sticks, and that's 2 48 gig sticks. So 96 would be the max with DDR5. Make sure when you pick out your motherboard and you're picking out your RAM, you go to the motherboard manufacturer's website, go to their support page for your motherboard, and go to their QVL list or the memory supported list and verify which RAM is going to work with your motherboard and CPU combination. Because if you don't, you might experience some weird issues, blue screens, instability. But that's the best advice that I can tell you for picking out your RAM. Make sure it's on that QVL list for the motherboard. Everything else is pretty much self-explanatory. You buy a 5090, you're going to want, 1,000, 1,200 watt power supply because it's a 600 watt card. And you still have the rest of the system to cover. And your CPU, if you're running the Ryzen 9 9950, is probably going to be about a 250 watt CPU, so when it's pegged. I saw AMD 9950X3D shaders completed so fast, like it was not a thing. Oh yeah, then get the X3D. There's no right or wrong answer there for the AMD X3D or non. You're gonna see some lightning fast renders through Unreal. Okay. don't remember how this one opens, actually. Does this one have the switch, or is that the old XL? Nope, that's the old XL. Okay. And then, yes, there is a screw. Called a shipping screw. Thanks, I really appreciate it. You're welcome. Of course. Other than that shipping screw, I believe this is just toolless to open the panel. It is. Both panels, front and side panels, are toolless. And then this bar can actually be removed if you can't see it because the damn case is so big. Alright, so this bar right here can actually be removed if you wanted that removed. It does eliminate some support here, but if you don't like seeing the black bar here, that is removable. You can remove it with, I think it's 4 screws total, 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top, and then you'll have just glass to glass, no black support beam in between the glass. So that is optional. You do lose support there, though, so you might see it without the glass doing a little bit of a lean on the top, but I usually tell people to keep it on just because I don't want anything getting warped. Don't need to remove that anyway. Ah, crap. I put the glass back in the box and there's still the accessories box. Oh, there it is. The accessories box. Needed that guy. It says Ching Chow. Lian Lee. Thank you. We also have the graphics card anti-sag bracket, which does not like to fit RTX 5090 Astrals. So we might be using a different one. In fact, I know we will be. So I'm going to trade that for... Thank goodness, I have these in stock. I've tried to keep them in stock. But that is a proper GPU bracket. Anti-sag bracket. Okay, so with that, yeah, this looks great. You can go ahead and gently, cautiously drop our motherboard into the case. By the way, the XL, you can remove this whole panel. The whole motherboard tray comes out. So you can remove that if you wanted to. I'm not doing that. I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. Like so. The reason why the motherboard tray comes out, the main reason, is because you can reverse this case. You can flip it upside down and make it set up for the left side of your desk versus the right side. And we're talking about the glass. So if you want the glass facing the right side or left side, you can actually reverse this case and flip it. Right? Pretty sure. I know you can do it with the other with the regular Evo. Yeah, you can. This moves. So this whole thing can be reversed if you wanted it. I hate doing it, but it is possible. I'm not going to lie, it is kind of a pain, but you can do it. Intel will always be my choice. I like things just works. Few tweaks in the BIOS, lock all cores, and you're golden. Thanks, I really appreciate it. 1400K in my country. 850 euros. Holy smoky dudes. And AMD is 650. I wonder why it's so much more expensive. Over here in the States, the 1400K is actually cheaper in my opinion. Isn't it cheaper? It's cheaper right now, isn't it, guys? I love Lian Li. Fans are so clean. Yes. We're going to be doing Lian Li fans for this build as well, so stay tuned for that. Let me move over because we keep cutting off the case. Such a great case. Thank you, Jesse. Yes, it is a great case. Adis picked it out. He actually picked out all the parts. The only two things that he missed was the fact that the support bracket that comes in this case does not fit on the ROG Strix Astral. So this is something that he would have had to grab as well, which is a GB002 by Lian Li. Best bracket in town, in my opinion. And then also the contact frame, Thermalright AIM-5 contact frame. Other than that, I think he did his homework very well. And it's a very solid, expensive system that's going to perform beautifully. No, keep it normal. Haha. No worries. Add it to the bill. No, don't worry about it. I think these are like 11 bucks at Micro Center. They're like 25 bucks on Amazon, but a lot cheaper at Micro Center. Austin, Ben, did you hear about the case? I think it's the Be Quiet one that comes with the installed AIO system built in. Yes, I'm pretty sure that is a Be Quiet case that you're talking about. I have seen that. It's like a little over 400 for the 14900K, maybe cheaper on sale. Yeah. So 14900K is cheaper. Yeah, 1300 watt is wild. 1300 watts isn't wild. You want at least 1,000 watt power supply for a 5090 build, and a if you ever upgraded anything, the CPU, for example, he's pretty much not going to have to replace the power supply ever in this system. So that's the idea. For this type of build, I would have done 1200 watts, 1300 watts, probably. Yeah. The Platinum's a little bit overkill, but you could have done an 80 plus gold and been happy with it. But I mean, in the end, he's probably gonna, after 5 years of running this with his electric bill, he might have recouped the cost of the entire power supply with the Platinum in savings. So it just depends on the electrical cost. Right now, I think in Michigan it's like 17 cents per kilowatt hour, which is expensive. I helped a friend build a PC in a T1 ITX case. That case is a nightmare to work on. A lot of sharp edges. Oh yeah, I've actually never built in it. 17 cents, yes, per kilowatt hour. Some giant idiot, yes. It is. I think that's our average cost. That's not even the peak. Like during peak hours, quote unquote. Thank you, DTE. Brought to you by DTE. Do you get a lot of sun? You might as well get solar. That's what a lot of people do here in Michigan, is they start getting solar. And then they feed it back to DTE, and then DTE pays them. Because they have to pay for the energy used on the grid. So that's also something you could do, is have a solar farm and feed it back to DTE and just get a check every month. I mean, 40% headroom will be great if you play all day. Will never get hot. Oh yeah, it'll be nice and cool. They are using the reverse card to power company. Reverse it. Have them pay us. Oh, that's like bucket list. Go buy, you know, like 50 acres and then build a solar farm and then plug it into DTE and feed them energy and then collect off of that. That's my social security plan. I don't know about everybody else. That is what I'm doing with my social security check when I get it. I'm gonna buy a ton of acreage and just screw DTE the rest of my life. Try to get my money back, you know? Hella expensive, yeah. Hella expensive. That's Michigan for you. Oh, I'm sorry. You're in Michigan. Like, who the hell thought of that thing? I'm not a big fan of it, the slogan. Pure Michigan? Like, what does that mean? Why don't we stick with the Michigan Great Lake themes? You know? The great state of the Great Lakes? How about that? I thought of that with like 6 cups of coffee today and a bunch of Coke Zero. No sugar. Goes up to 11.7 next year. Ugh. 10 point. I love how it's 0.1004. They actually have to add on the smaller, that's the third digit there, just to get that little teeny tiny bit extra. Yeah, energy is no joke. It's stupid expensive. So, that being said, a platinum power supply might pay for itself here in the state of Michigan. Just saying. Hope I don't have to take that one off. I think I'm getting the 1000 watt version of the one you're doing. Oh, nice. Another build. Yes, Caden, another build. We're actually doing 2 builds tonight. 2. A 5090 build, this one, and then its younger brother, 5080. That motherboard looks so expensive. It's probably like an $800 board, not gonna lie. Alright, all our screws are in. Thank goodness. Now we can start on fans. Go ahead and start on our... Or should we get the I/O? We should probably get cables plugged in. And then start on fans. Yeah. Alright, really quick recap. We have USB-C here, USB 3 here, and then everything else is at the bottom. And then we do have a PCIe 6-pin connector there, optional. Probably plug that in for them. I do like the cable management in these cases, by the way. Super clean, easy to use. This thing, I have to move. Probably somewhere up there. So we do, when we build with the Evo XL, we do always plug in the SATA connectors because these are hot swap bays. So you can pop them open, drop your drives in, and the SATA cables will already be plugged in for them. That's something we do. Something I typically do. This case also has a second USB 3.0 header. I actually didn't see if this motherboard had two. Flip it over and double check. Check that. It does. It has a second one down there. Sweet. Got one USB 3.0 here. One down there. USB-C up here. Keep picking up this stupid SATA cable as if I'm going to do something with it. HD audio and addressable RGB. And these are all SATA powers that are going to go to the power supply cables when we get there. Okay, starting from the top, we have a USB-C connector, front panel, which I always try to plug in backwards first. Let's see here, my work, hold on, yeah, I keep my, imagine... feeling pretty good. I imagine a conversation with other people, them, I owe money to government. Oh, you owe, they owe me money. Oh yeah, that would be a great conversation. Some giant idiot. Yeah, I keep my AC on regardless, even when I'm at work all day. That seems kind of silly. You should get one of those smart thermostats, and then you could just change it with your phone. Or set a schedule and all sorts of cool stuff. Saves a lot of money when you do that. Yeah, I keep my, in NZ, a platinum PSU will be great, yes. I think I'm getting the 1000 watt version of the one you're, okay. My work colleague got a low-key 1200 watt due. Him said it will be more quiet at 850 watt usage. Does it? Nah, I don't think it's gonna be more quiet. I mean, power is power, so the temps are going to be the same regardless of how much wattage is going through. So if it's 850 on an 850 watt power supply, the fan's going to do the same. So that doesn't really change the how much the fan spins, so to speak. Price dropped again because there's a second sale. W bra, yeah, that's a dub. Total cost, including shipping, now is $5,000. Nice. Let's see here. This is what you call a dream PC. There is no expense spread, it's perfection. Yes, Warren. Yes. Oh, nice. Another build? Yes, I usually do put a 850 watt. It's good up to a 5080. Yeah, the 850 watt can handle a 5080. But generally, if I'm doing a 5080 build, I try to do 1000 watts. For example, the 5080 build that we're going to be doing today is going to have a 1000 watt power supply. And the only reason why I do that is I have a little bit of headroom for if they wanted to upgrade to a 5090. They don't have to replace the power supply. And you're already there. It's just, what, $30 more at that point? So, but yeah, if it was a strict tight budget and we had to shave $30 somewhere, you could do that for the build. Yes. Not gonna lie, 2070 Super would do me great for 3 years. Yeah, I mean, I'm still, like I said, I'm still running my 3070 Ti, still putting along. We might be dropping frames in the stream for some reason, at some, you know, randomly at some point, but I think that's actually more my CPU motherboard issues, but it's working right now, so nobody say anything. I just said something terrible. Knock on wood. I have a dehumidifier, so I can leave my AC off when I leave. Nice. How come my 5700G is 70% usage and my 4060 is at 60 in GTA? 60% usage? So that is, Ant-Man, a bottleneck on the 5700G. The 5700G is not that great of a CPU. So that is a CPU bottleneck. But you're not at 100% for the 5700G. And your 4060, if you bump up your graphics settings, it might bring up the percentage used on your 4060. My poor 8K BTU AC used to struggle to cool my room with a 1300 KF. Now my room feels like a fridge with a 12600 KF. I mean, 12600 KF compared to a 13900 KF. That's a major wattage change right there. 4080 can handle, yes, 850 watts can handle a 4080. Yes, I think so. But typically I like to do, you probably see me do this all the time, and I probably set it, go to 1000, because 1000 watts gives you some wiggle room for future upgrades. Unless you don't plan on upgrading, then sure, 850 watts. Xander, 500 watt support a 5090? No. Nope, that's not gonna work. Can't even cover the, when the card's pegged, can't even cover the wattage for the card. I went from a RX 5080 to a 5090. I put a 5080 in a glass box. CPU i9 is a i9 10850K. That's actually a pretty good CPU. The downside is that you're stuck with PCIe Gen 3. I don't even think that has Gen 4 support. That CPU. 11th gen, I think, brought on the PCIe Gen 4 support, which was weird from Intel because 11th gen came out like shortly after 10th gen, and all of a sudden it supports PCIe Gen 4. It's like they forgot about it or something. Oh crap, I forgot PCIe 4.0 support. Anyway, alright, back to this build. Gotta get all these plugged in. Now, if you aren't ever going to use the SATA, you don't have to plug those in, but since it's a build I'm doing for a customer, if he ever tries to plug one in, it'll already be set up for him and ready to go. We like to have that experience here, so doesn't hurt to plug them in. Okay. Whew. Okay, so all of those cables are plugged in. Next, I'm going to get our EPS cables from our power supply plugged in. Where'd that go? Oh. Hey there, big boy. Which is our Leon Lee Edge 1300 watts platinum, 80 plus platinum. The Edge because it's got the little edge thingamabopper on it. I don't build with these very often because they're not cheap. These are pretty expensive. Oh my gosh. They put way too much money in the engineering of the box. Leon Lee likes to show off their engineering with the box designs. There is the Edge power supply. Come on. And our power supply cables. Interesting. Trying to make it so we could save the boxes. There we go. Box is re-intact. A ridiculous amount of power supply cables, but it is a 1300 watt. It's a nice looking board. Yeah. Have you seen the PSU? Is like that, but also has a fan controller built into it. Yep, I think it's just a 99. I have not, Troy. This is a cool power supply. Yes, it is a pretty cool power supply. Yeah. Motherboard signal. Interesting. Well, we should get that plugged in then. This actually might be a problem. I'm hoping we can run all of these fans on one controller. Or I might need to have a splitter, and I don't know if I have one or not. I know I don't have a hub. I used it in the other build and I never reordered those. We don't actually need a hub for USB. is what I'm talking about, guys. Ah, where's my UPS cable? There's one. Binary. 2. There we go. All of that's done. Starting to come together. Oh. Yeah, the XE will give you a really good upgrade for 140 bucks. Not sure where that conversation was. Oh, you're talking about the CPU, okay. Yeah. The X3D would be a good option as well. It's like the difference in farting. One smells worse. What? What am I reading over there, Tat? I don't know what I'm reading over on the Twitch chat, but okay. The graphics is all the way up on Black Friday. I may make the jump to AM5. That's also an option. Or you could just find an X3D chip and throw it in there and extend the socket for a while longer. Like a 5700X 3D. Just don't put one on the bottom slot. What do you mean by that? Just don't put one on the bottom slot. There's no 90-degree connector. The 24-pin is pretty standard. I'll have to build 2 or 3 to to decide which one I want on Black Friday. Yeah, may as well. And then send everything else back when you decide. Tuna's trying to convince me on opening the Intel replacement 1400 KF I got. The replacement opening. I wouldn't open it. I don't know what I would do with it. Are you staying on Intel then, some giant idiot? Build a PC and flip it and then switch to AMD on your main. I know you already have AMD systems, but that's what I would do. All right. Now that that's all completed, we can start playing with fans. We've got all our cables that we need plugged in. We have streamers for the 24-pin and the GPU, so we'll deal with that later. We could put those in, actually, right now if we wanted to. But I don't want to open up another box. Let's get... let's get the fans and radiator in. Let's not open up another box, but let's open up another box. That type of thing, you know? So, this tray comes out, 99% sure. Nope. There for a moment. Grab our reverse blades. We've got reverse blades, no LCD. We're going to put those on the bottom, and then we're going to do reverse blades with the LCDs on the side. So we're going to start with the non-reverse blades and put those on the bottom here. Non-LCD reverse blade. Cool, but annoying. Try to center it up. much as we can there. Sorry. The girls will just walk back in from going shopping. I'm pretty sure the, remind me, maybe I'm overthinking this. I'm pretty sure we could just use the one wireless connector for all of the fans, right? Or is there a limit on how many you can have on those? I can't remember. And how do these get power? Gotta be with this. Ah, here it is. They're wireless. But they're not wireless. What? How do these get power? I probably should have put them on that way. Nope, it's the right way. Pretty sure I have it all plugged in, right? So, whatever. Did I do it wrong? How did I mess this up? You gotta be kidding me. Why didn't anybody tell me I was doing this backwards? Oh. And I put all of the screws on. It's gonna be a long night, guys. Get yourself an electric screwdriver, Ben. I have one. Do we break this guy out? See what it does. Somebody sent me this. Told me I had to try it. Haven't tried it yet. Got a little charging port. Cool. Charging cord. Really cool. See how this thing does. The problem is I put them on so tight, too tight for the electric driver, little pen driver. Well, that one's not gonna work. It's a lot of bits just to find the number 1 Phillips. Yeah, it is. Okay, so what I should have done this is how we want it. Okay, I don't know how I messed that up, but I found a way. Found a way to do it. Yeah, this thing does not have the juice. Not enough juice to screw into a fan. So we're going to need an electric screwdriver with a little more juice. Okay, next, side fans. And for the side fans, we're going to do a reversed wireless LCDs. I'm pretty sure we don't need the other hub because we already have the hub. Or wireless adapter, or whatever you call it. Don't think we need another one of those. My gosh. Make it any more difficult to get plastic off a fan. Okay. These are reverse blades as well, so we're going to have the screens obviously facing the front way. Let's see. Like, why is this being problematic? Did you try to put it on backwards, you dum-dum? Electric versus strong bull. That looks right to me. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that thing's not gonna cover the torque that we typically need. Why does this one have a... Okay, because the screen? This one's different. We've got a USB header on this one. Sucks, because we're out of USB headers. Do splitter or hub. I don't have one here. Typically I have everything here. Except I used the last one I had in the behemoth build that I had. Oh yeah. Guess what? We have to undo these too. That's actually more annoying. Cool. Okay, here we go. Finally mounting. I'm going to try keep this lower on the lower side. Go, that's enough. Enough to hold it. But yeah, this sucks because that has a USB header as well. That's one thing I didn't take into account is the amount of headers, USB headers we're going to need. Let me see if I have one. I have a weird feeling that I have at least a splitter here, which would work. I think we have one more for the NZXT Kraken, and I'm pretty sure we can run the streamers. Sorry. On. But then we have the. So we're gonna need two more. We need to somehow come up with a total of 4 or 5 total, which would be an NZXT USB 2.0 hub. Disputable on the last bill. Alright, it's yelling from across the room. I don't know if the mic's picking it up. Yeah, unfortunately, I literally have everything except for one of those. So I placed an order at Micro Center. I can go pick them up tomorrow. They open at what, 10? Micro Center open. Yeah, 10 a.m. tomorrow. I have an appointment at 11, so I won't be able to go get those until like noon, 1 o'clock. Yeah. This build may not be ready tomorrow. So I can finish the build tonight, minus some of the USB items. We'll have to get a hub. Unless you want to go pick up a hub from Micro Center. It's the NZXT USB 2.0 hub. That's what we'll need. And then bring it here. But for the most part, that's what we would need to finish this build. But I can build everything else and get it fired up. We just won't have screens on here. We'll have a lot of things not working right until we get that hub, basically. So now my brain's like, power supply I can undo. Maybe, because the end, yeah, we need power supply, the wireless hub, the 2 sets of fans with, or we just do 1 set of fan with LCDs, and then the actual NZXT Kraken. That's 4. At least 4 USB 2.0 headers. It would help me out with time-wise if you want the build tomorrow. If not, then you're probably not getting the build till Saturday. Because my time frame tomorrow, I may not get to Micro Center until late afternoon. And then even then I gotta come back, put that in, and finish everything else still. So, because I don't really want to install any of the software until it's all plugged in. Though it's not a big deal. You could plug it in later, I guess. But not enough USB headers. That's the problem. For all the USB items. That happens a lot. And the only USB hub that actually works is that NZXT USB hub. So do not get anything that Micro Center tries to tell you, oh, buy this instead. No. The only thing you're getting is the NZXT USB 2.0 hub. I'll have it there by 11:15. All right. Sounds good. I also placed an order for 2 of them. So I'll probably be at Micro Center between now and before I leave. And I'll grab those just to have as inventory as well. So then I have them. Because of the last 2 that I had, I used in that behemoth. And I just didn't order any. And I finished that build like 2 days ago. So I just haven't ordered any. But okay, there's our fans that are installed. We can do a pack of 3 with the LCDs on the top, but you won't actually see the LCDs, so we might not. I don't think the push-pull is going to fit. It's going to be too tight. So we're just going to do the non-LCD kit. Can't see the LCDs here. That if you want me to, I could put 1 fan here. Which I might actually have another fan. Lee & Lee fan, so you could at least take that other pack back. Let me see. I have so many fans here. Well, I've got a AL120, not a TL. See how much different it's going to look. It's going to look pretty different. Yeah. No. Yeah. Too different. We'll steal one of the wireless ones in there. I don't think it's gonna look right. Close, but not right. Okay. Okay, so radiator time. Moving on. Or we could just do without the back. So what I could do is either take one of the fans out of that 3-pack and put it right here, or you could take that 3-pack back and then get a single fan for the rear, because we're not going to be able to do the push-pull like I originally thought. I think it's going to be too tight there at the top. All right, yeah, no problem. Go ahead and run out. Should order USB hubs in bulk. We're on the floor. Usually I have like 2 here, and I just used both of them, and I just didn't order new ones. I literally just finished that build like 2 days ago, so the open loop, the behemoth that we had on stream. All right, so this is gonna go like that, which means I want our stuff on this side if we can do that. Oh, it does connect to the... I was gonna say, this is a massive connection. Kind of weird. Where to plug it to the header or to this. It's so weird. And look, another USB connection. You know, that's what these companies think. They just think they can... You need to start providing USB splitters with these USB items. Or motherboard manufacturers need to start adding more USB headers. Or a USB hub option. I guess you can just buy one. Ah, the good old overpriced Kraken. Yeah, it's a little pricey. I probably would have gone with Lian Li since the case and the fans are Lian Li, but this will work just fine. Thank you. No, we can use the LCD one as a single, yes, but you won't be able to return the rest of them. That's what I was trying to do, is make it so that you could return a $153 fan package and just get the single for like 40 something dollars. Sorry, I needed a refill. Alrighty. We got it ready to go in. Got some fingerprints on here though. Hey, what's up? Soldier Hard. That's fine. I'll keep the rest of them for future build. Okay, we could do that. I was reading something about the fans not needing a hub somehow. Well, they need a wireless hub. They're wirelessly connected. And then you also need to power them. And then these LCDs, I'm 99% sure, still need to communicate to a USB header to communicate to the software because of the bandwidth through the Wi-Fi. I'm pretty sure. 99% sure. We'll find out when we fire it up. Those are the ones that I'm not plugging in. Right? I'm going to unplug the power supply USB header, because the power supply has a USB head connector as well. I'm going to unplug the fan headers so that basically just the wireless hub and the Kraken are going to be the only two USB items that we're going to be able to run. And those are the two that I'll have plugged in. And then I'll zip tie the rest of the USB items up so that we can just plug a hub in and move on with our day tomorrow. What I wanted to do. Okay. All right. So now that that's done, like, why does NZXT do this? What do I do with this? It's so such a, in my opinion, stupid place to put this. Here, now I got this massive thing that I got to deal with. I don't want to block the RGB, but it looks absolutely stupid when that must be the fans. Okay. That's our pump header. And there's our USB. Isn't even long enough to go down, over, and in. If you haven't noticed already, I'm not a big fan of NZXT. Stained glass. Over on kick. Needs the old boot. That's what she said. Yeah. Just gonna zip tie it like that somewhere. I don't know. Still think this big thing on the block is kind of weird. About as easy as it's gonna get there, or as good as it's gonna get. All right, so now that we have Kraken, or I'm sorry, now that we have Kraken paste on here already, we're gonna remove that, and we're gonna apply Cryonaut Extreme, and we're also gonna get the correct brackets, because these are Intel brackets. Where's that little pad? Crap. Just don't want it to get scratched. That is, there it is. There we go. You know, I looked at my fingers and I'm like, ah, good, I didn't get any thermal paste on there. And then I look away and then I have thermal paste on my fingers. How does that even happen? Use scissors next time? Oh, just to cut the cord, are you saying? Time to tuck it under. You got this, Ben. Thanks, Austin. Yeah, I got it. We figured it out. You know, I think that's Mike, right? Mike on Austin's account. Am I correct? Alright, so we want tubes down for this scenario. Why am I in your feed? I don't know. Why are you in my stream? Like a little bish. Oh, well, you know. Kind of like what we did. We tucked it in there. Alright, here we go. Cryonauts Extreme, and then we're going to block it, and then we're going to get the 5090 out. Put the power supply in. Plug in a bunch of stuff in the back. And what else? I think that's all we need. After that is that USB 2.0 hub. Hey Ben, stupid question. What's better, the 9070 or the 7900 XT? How about the 7900 XTX? But technically, I think the 7900 XT has more horsepower than the 9070. Nice. One complaint that I've always had with Thermal Grizzly is you can't actually see where it's coming out unless you put the stupid tip on. Even then. You're like, oh, am I putting too much on, or is it coming out, or what's going on? Can't see. But looks good to me. Yeah. This is nice. There's some things that you just can't do with the LTT screwdriver that you can do with a regular one. Like, come in at a slight angle like that. Alright. So that's in. Nice. Alright. One thing I did forget about after we talked about it right before we started the build is our bracket. Let me get that in here. The GB002. Enjoy the Banham. And P. Diddy's gone. Well, I was thinking of 20 gig to 16 gig. True, true. The VRAM doesn't always win, though. So the 9070 XE does have the edge. Okay. I was pretty sure that they're pretty close. The 7900 XTX would be probably the winner. It was an AMD user anyways. Oh my gosh. Oh no, careful. Careful there, Tat. You might end up losing the band abilities. I'm joking. Ben, not paying attention. What's up? Sorry. Specs. Ben, doesn't his PSU have the built-in hub? Oh yeah, it does! It does have the hub. I even looked at it earlier today. You're right. That is the hub. So maybe we could just use that. Is that enough, though? I think it's going to be barely enough. So you might not need to go. I think I would have eventually found that once we started plugging things into the power supply. I ran across it earlier and I wasn't thinking about it. I even have the, yeah, I'm an idiot. I do love you, Tat. Shut up. I mentioned at the start, at the stream, but Ben didn't. Dang it. It's so weird to have a power supply with a USB hub on it, though. I think I would have eventually came across it when I was plugging stuff in. I would have been like, oh yeah, this thing does that. Sorry, I've been heads down trying to get this build done because we're 2.5 hours in already. And I still have a second build to do tonight. Okay, it's getting messy again. Oh, and they even give you this so you can go outside of the case, or if you have an internal USB connection or something. Interesting. Is that why? Oh yeah, and they even give you a trimmed piece here if you had to run this outside. Nice. Good to know. We need the extra. We could make that work. I did say it earlier, I don't build many PCs with these power supplies. I'm slightly a noob at it with a power supply. I was dead ass gonna gift you your sub. I need a commission for thinking. Now you can have your build on time. That's right, soldier. You can. I completely forgot that had a USB hub on it, which is kind of cool and smart by Leon Lee, especially since they introduced so many USB items. Oh, the misery. All right, here we go. Let's get back to where we were, which was dropping the card in. And I'm gonna actually, before we do that, let's get that fan in the rear sorted out. We can get that in there. Ugh. So many fans in this build. AD, you need those streamer cables now. Oh, don't worry, chat. He's got the streamers. He's already got those. One more thing we have to add. I didn't think this was going to be like a 4-hour build, but here we are. Nice. Put my fingers right on it. Exactly what I didn't want to do. Exactly what I did. These are the bane of my existence. These are cool. I keep forgetting about them. Oh, old man hand crab. That means I need more potassium. These fans are wireless. That was actually another thing. I could have put the USB hub on the back, just plain USB, instead of plugging it into a USB 2.0 header. But who's counting? This nice little hack played around with while working on that Corsair Behemoth. Sure, there's a tie in there somewhere. Watch when I flip this back over how nice and clean it's gonna look. Oh. Well, with one more tie it would look super clean. But it looks pretty clean. Keeps it along the side there, and then runs it in. Okay, now we could probably put a GPU in. Can't remember if this is a 2 or a 3. Pretty sure it's a 3. Oh. The Behemoth ROG Astral RTX 5090 32 gig GDDR7. Also the OC edition. Trying not to damage the box. And I damaged the box anyway. We got a little peg, one of those keycaps. Got your power cords in there if you needed to use the adapter, which we're not going to use. And then manuals and stickers and things are probably in there. Pretty cool. And then the beast itself. It is a 2-cord slot. 2-slotted cord. I'm gonna get these peels off. There's so many peels. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Man, that thing is huge. So next, we're on the last 2 dots of this thing, by the way, which is insanely tight. Might have to just do the one screw to rule them all. Hmm. Pretty close. If they could fit, ship it. 14 isn't enough. What do you mean 14 isn't enough? Does that look pretty square, guys? Or is that a little off? Because that's about the lowest. Unless I go into this. That's what we could do. I have a plan. Well, there it goes anyway. It's only because this card's so big that this has to happen. Looks good. Much better. I'm glad I decided to do that. That made a pretty big difference in how it was leveled. All right, let's try to catch up on some of the chat here. I know it's been a while since I looked at the chat, but we have been going for almost 3 hours here on this build. And I'm still supposed to build a second PC tonight, which I'm getting kind of worried I'm not going to be doing that tonight because I do have a email cutover happening at 1 a.m. or something like that. So no sag, no lag. That's a pretty good slogan. Close only counts in horseshoes. I still have an MSI 3060, 12 gigabyte, an older system, on an older system. Did you fit the push-pull config for the AIO? No, I did not. We ended up not doing the push-pull. If we did it, it would it'd be a really tight fit, and I don't think it would fit. You can see without it, we'd be bumping into the VRM heatsink, which was kind of the concern, and it's always a concern in this XL case. You think you could do it in the XL, but you can't. You can actually do it in the Evo just fine, the regular one. Well, you want 2 fans up there? Is that what you're trying to say? Soldier Hard? Yes, you could put 2 fans up there. Technically, I think we could. You want me to see if I can fit 2? Actually, I take that back. I do not think the second one would fit. I don't think it'll fit. Carpal tunnel, did you like that? My hand just froze. Muscle spaz. Yeah, I know, it's not a huge difference. There's barely a difference with push-pull. It was just the fact that he had an extra pack of 3. We ended up using 1 of the 3 here on the rear anyway. So we've got 2 additional fans now that he's just going to keep for another build, possibly. Future build. Oh, come on. So, next, we have to, is there a scratch? There's a scratch on your card. No, I did not do that. But there is a scratch there. Wasn't me. Next, we have streamers. This, I'm hoping, oh yeah, somebody already reversed it. Because it was open box, somebody already did the work of reversing it for us. I'll take that win. But basically, I think we're gonna run it through the side here. And don't worry about this twisting, because the actual power connector is not twisting. This is just the RGB portion that's twisting. It is not the actual connector. Damn, G-force. 5090. Got a Sharpie? I do. Do you want a silver or do you want black? Because it's kind of a gray. Sharpie. Wait, are you giving me permission to do this? I'm not doing it until you tell me. On the website, it says 2 fans fit in the back if the motherboard tray is in the lowest position. It's not in the lowest position right now. I can tell you that. Go for it, okay. You know, I'm not going to do it. It kind of blends in with the gray here, so I'm going to leave it with the scratch. Because if I make it black, it's probably going to stand out more. So, I'll show it to you. You'll see it. My call is leave it. Don't touch it. Drawing on 35. Yeah, why not? I mean, we've already spent 3 hours on this build. We may as well draw on the $3,500 card. Could you possibly get a few degrees by putting one directly behind the motherboard? I don't know. I've never tried it. Never tried that. What to do here? What to do? Go this way. And this one goes this way. Kind of like an intertwined look. You like that look? You like it? Okay. Chaser. No one will see the scratch. I don't think anybody will see the scratch, yeah. The RGB will draw their eyes, yeah. Good call. You're making me really want one of those. This is getting dangerous. I'm sorry. These are pretty fun to play with. Not gonna lie. Okay, all the rest of the work is pretty much here on the back. Right? We do have a couple of connectors we have to figure out. Just stay. Pretty sure that's that one. Yeah. Okay, so there's those. Nice. Now we have two more. One more. Which is, of course, be all the way down there. Okay, all the fans are plugged in minus the USB connections and the power supply and the crack in USB. So that's that. Now we need to sort all this crap. Because wow, there's a lot of it. Power supply. Power supply. USB. There's another USB hub connector. These two are USBs. What's this for? I thought I got this plugged in. Okay. 99% sure I plugged this in. Well, that's nice. Ah! Are we just unplugging stuff? Seriously. All I did was move the cables and things came unplugged. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright, I got one more fan connection that I gotta get plugged in. And I don't know where it's gonna go. It's all covered by the bracket already. The rest of the headers. So we're going to just get a splitter out and split it. We're at that point tonight. Okay, so now everything should be plugged in on this side. I don't think there's anything else. So all we got left to do is the back side, which is our power supply, our USB connections, and that's it. And of course, cable management. So all that time that I spent just screwing around with these cables just now. Need my zip ties. Go time. Let's actually drop this guy in there. We're not making the mistake of having to reposition cables today. This might be better than going to the gym. Yeah, watching your PC being built is probably pretty cool. And watching the guy struggle through it. We could probably go under if you wanted me to, but usually when there's fans underneath, I try to avoid blocking those fans. I want to try. I think it looks better going underneath, but you're talking about the strimmer. Sorry, I haven't been really looking at the chat. I've been trying to just get heads down and finish this thing, man. It's been a long build. We might need to reschedule the second build because I'm tired. I've been going all day. Might have to build that one. Okay, if it doesn't go, well, we kind of have to because it needs to be shipped tomorrow. We're going late, guys. I don't think I have a choice. I gotta get it built and shipped tomorrow. Or it ain't going out. feel like there's more of these. Where'd they go? Ah. Okay. Just trying to get my bearings here, guys. I've got... It was this one. Is that really it? Yeah, because we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 3, 4, 5. That's 5. I think that's it. Huh. Yeah, this time I'm not sniffing the PSU. I didn't buy it. Not gonna sniff it this time. Thank you for the sub, Mr. Gumby 442. Ugh. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Might not sound like it, might not feel like it. We are getting somewhere. Ben might be ignoring the chat, but that's completely unintentional. Unintentionally intentional. Just trying to get this build D-O-N-E. That looks good. Where's that 24 pin? Almost there, guys. Hey, what's up? Kita? Hey, man, how are you doing? I'm doing good. How about yourself? Welcome back to the build show. Upgraded from a... or something insane happened to me and wanted to tell you. What happened? Rich, not even close, LOL. Wait, what? Neo Geo... Whew. We're getting tired, guys. Tired isn't good. Tired means Ben starts doing dumb stuff. Why? Why? What? I can't make this crap up. I heard the click, I felt the click, it's clicked. But it's not seated all the way. Why? Oh, right. It's an idiot design these. Okay. Okay. Think we're done. Till we find out something we missed. Oh my gosh. Gotta clean up some of this hardware and then we'll get this thing fired up. I could have panned up a little earlier. Now, we typically do the reveal without the side panel glass, because it usually gets reflection with the glass. These I don't want to lose. Okay, let's get a side view of this thing. And my microphone was accidentally bumped. At you. Oh. Hand up anyway. Get this thing in frame. All right, who's ready? Are you sitting here still, Adis? Are you ready for me to push this power button? Yes, sir. All right, here we go, guys. Adis is over in the Twitch chat. I'm going to go ahead and smash this power button on his behalf for the first boot. Punch it. We got one fan not running, two fans not running, three fans, six fans not running yet. Wonder if it's because I put it on that splitter. Why are we blinking? Wonder if it's because of that splitter. Because of the splitter. It's posted, so that's a good sign. For the previous owner, that was the last thing they had running on the RGB strimmer. I bet this is all because of splitter. I'll have to deal with that. We'll have to deal with that. I'm pretty sure that one's blinking because I put these two on a splitter, which was probably the dumb idea. I should have put the other one on the splitter. It's because it's on a splitter. I had ran out of headers. It draws power from your PWM fan header. That's how it draws power. And I split because I ran out of headers on the board. And this is the results when you don't have enough power. So I'm just going to unplug them. So it stops derping. So we'll figure that out. I'll get either a SATA powered hub, or I'll have to unbury the card and plug the connections into their own headers underneath the card, because the only other headers that are available are now underneath the card. I messed up, didn't plug it in. Nice, glad it posted. Me too. I'm glad it posted too. These are the wireless fans, some giant idiot. So the data for the RGB connects wirelessly, but it still has to collect power from somewhere, right? And that is collected through the PWM 4-pin connector. So that's how it draws its power. Oh, I know. They're always a pain in the butt. I'm pretty sure it's because I got it on a splitter. Those are the only two that aren't working. The two rows. And they're on the splitter. So, I'm pretty sure that's the problem. I bet we can figure it out. A powered up. This is a very basic powered hub with SATA power at the end of it. I'll plug this in, plug those in, and see if that solves it. No, I'm not going to leave that in there. I'm going to take the card out. In fact, you know what? Let's just take the card out and do it right. Back to the up-down before we move on. Because that's what we do here, is the right way. So I posted once and then it didn't come back. Why didn't it come back? Did I yank on the... That's another problem. Oh, there we go. I don't know why I did that the first time. I think I yanked on the cord. Okay, there's the BIOS. I feel better. Put her back down. I knew using that splitter was going to be a dumb idea. But I was like, all it's doing is drawing power, so it can't be that bad. I didn't take into account how much power it's drawing. So the wireless fans are technically not wireless. I got to take the card out, take the bracket off, and then plug the connections for both of those fans into their individual headers. Show you what I'm going to do here. So the headers are underneath this bracket. So I gotta remove the bracket. And just to confirm, plug it in, powered on. Yeah, there goes the flashing. Flashing's gone. That's all it was. Gotta wait for it to discharge and then we can put the card back in. Come on. Turn off. There. Basically, because Ben was dumb. That happened. But today we learned we cannot use splitters with the Liam Lee wireless fans. So I won't ever do that again. There we go. All right, the reveal. I know the LCDs are upside down. We can adjust those in the software. Don't worry about that. Take two. Surprised you're not up like to like 5,000 subs already. I don't know. I just build computers, dude. I just so happen to do it on YouTube. If people want to sub, they can sub. I probably should do more videos on like how-to videos, and that would probably help get more subs. I know that will help, but it takes a lot of time to build those videos out. There's actually dog on the inside glass, like from Leon Lee's factory. Like a film. Oh, that looks so much better. Very clean. There you go. You can see the front of it now. Nice and shiny. Hey, what's up, Ed? I've never seen a fan on top of a graphics card like that. That is a unique design by the ROG ASUS department. That is the ASUS ROG Astral, which has the fan on the rear. So it's a push-pull configuration. Beautiful, man. Yes, it looks good. But we're in a situation where it didn't post again. It's stuck on RAM. So I'm going to shut it off, turn it back on again. Did you happen to check the QVL list for this RAM and motherboard by chance? That's twice now it hasn't posted after it restarted. And it's stuck on RAM. Stuck on RAM again. I'm hoping it's just a long memory training. Reboot it one more time and let it sit. Still stuck on RAM. So I posted twice. Since then, I haven't gotten it back to post, and it's stuck on DRAM. You have not actually. Well, let's go do some research. I'm gonna go check this model number, which is the F57200 J3646F4, so it's a 7200 kit. GX2TR5S to see if it's on the motherboard supported list. If it's not, my advice is going to be take this RAM back and get something that is on the supported list, because right now it doesn't like it. I don't know. Oh, wow. Hello. Let's turn that bad boy down. Okay, I'm over here at my desktop. I know my camera's still over there, so you're not going to see me. And, of course, Discord's open, so you can read the Discord. But this is what I'm going to do to verify the motherboard. So this is or verify the RAM. This is an Asus ROG crosshair. Oh, it's already in there. I must have already looked this up or something at some point. I don't remember building with it, but CPU memory support. Memory. And then this kit is a F5 7200 J36 46 F2 for GX2 just or TR5S. I think that's it. Let's just do a quick search. That looks right. F5 7200 at J36 46 F2 4 GX2 TR5S. So that is right. What we're going to do is just search this, and it is not on the list. So this kit is not on the supported list. Yeah, I know, Soldier Hard, but this is DDR5, and this is a exact replica of incompatible RAM, where it posted and then didn't post. It's posted again. So the RAM training took forever there. But, side note, the RAM is not on the supported list. So, we can try to verify. We got 24 gig by 2. I think it was 7200. Search. Oh, we were looking at 9000 series. Still not on there. None of the 24 gigs are even on here. These are two 24 gigs at 48 gigs total. None of the 48s are on here. So 2 by 24, 7236. Oh, wait. $7,200 J36 46 F24 GX2 TZ. This is the TR5S. This is a TZR. That's not the right one. None of these are. None of these are the kit that you own. And these are the only 24 gig options. This is a Trident Z5 RGB kit. This is the white. So if you want a 7200 CL36, this, and you want 48 gigs, this would be the kit to get. To BH. But your kit is not on the supported list. Micro Center doesn't look this stuff up, and this DDR5 is so picky. It is so picky. If it's not on the QVL list, then don't buy that kit, is basically the answer for anybody that's building a new PC and it's DDR5. Always go to the motherboard manufacturer and verify it's on the supported list, because if it's not, you're not going to get any support from the motherboard manufacturer when they say, hey, this RAM is doing this on this board. They're going to just raise their hands and say it's not on the supported list. So always buy verified supported RAM for your motherboard and your CPU. So it posted. I don't know if you can see it on the side of the screen there. But Ed Bailey says, I just bought a PC off of Marketplace for $100. It was a Ryzen 7 3800X with an RTX 6700 XT. He told me it would not turn on, so I bought it for $100. It was a switch, wasn't on the power supply. Nice. It runs like a champ. That's a pretty good deal. I'd say that's a pretty good deal. CPU fan speed detection error. We'll have to change that setting. I wonder if doing a BIOS update is going to solve this. We could try that. Let me go get the BIOS file. Do a quick update. I mean, we're, yeah, I think it's been blinking. I think once we get into the software, that'll stop. Right now, we're just in the BIOS. But also because that'll stop the blinking. It's because it was the CPU fan header. So when it's on the CPU fan header, the motherboard is constantly looking to see if the fan's running or not. And it's not really a fan, it's just drawing powers. I mean, it is fans, but it's not. So that's why it was blinking. Let's try the BIOS update and see if it becomes more stable with the BIOS update before you go get different RAM. That's always something you could swap out later too. But if I did pick out these parts, I would have verified that and we wouldn't have gotten this kit. I'm not a big fan of the 48 gig kits anyway. For the price, you can, like, $20 more or so, you can get up to 64. So in my opinion, the 64 kit's better, I guess, gig per dollar. Well, we're posted right now. It just took forever to post. The RAM is not on the QVL list, so we confirmed that. And now we're just doing a BIOS update to see if it solves this weird sticky posting issue where it seems to try to do a memory training every time, which it shouldn't. Oh, I'm sorry, Lupin over there. Swap the DDR5, baby, and we're Gucci. Meanwhile, wifey sitting stress-free, lol. In the future, CPU will be able, or will be all you need. I don't know about that. You always have to adjust your RAM. on a PC anyway, but maybe in the future RAM will be on the CPU. Robert Tomzicki, I was fortunate with my Corsair Dominator RAM working on my Asus X870E, not supported when I switched from Intel CPU to the motherboard. Nice. Yeah, generally when people are switching from Intel to AMD, I always tell them to verify that RAM from Intel to AMD. I have 64 gigs in my system. It took a couple of restarts and it was up and ready. Yeah, this one already did the couple restarts and it was up and ready and it posted. And we were in the BIOS. And then we shut down, fixed the stuff, and then it wouldn't post again. It was acting like it had to go through another memory training for some reason. It was kind of weird. But the 48 gigs is faster. At 7200 megahertz, but it's CL timing of 36. So you're getting megahertz, but you're losing on the timing. And AMD honestly likes CL30 and CL28 probably the best. CPU will be 10 terabytes, 100 gigabytes. Oh yeah. Complete overhaul of design of compute. Yeah, it'll probably happen in the future. I bought a Threadripper for $100. Buyer said it doesn't post. It posted fine, LOL. Interesting, it might have been their motherboard. So they probably sold the motherboard as working and the CPU is not working. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, RAM's easy to put in, so if he wants to return it and swap it out, he could do that. It's very easy to plug that in. Trying to show you guys. This is after the BIOS update. And we are, well, it's still doing the BIOS update, sorry. It's just rebooting during it. The Asus boards should support DDR5 8000, I know. I think they support some pretty crazy speeds. So. Oh. Yeah, it's not something I'm super concerned about. It's just I have to advise correctly, right? So I'm doing my due diligence and doing the BIOS update to make sure it's the right answer is go change the RAM. I mean, it might be just fine with the BIOS update for all I know. But if it keeps getting stuck on the post like that, I am going to tell them to switch the RAM. But we're posted up now. It's gonna let it cycle, and then I'm gonna shut it off and turn it back on and see if it struggles with the post again. So we're shutting it off. Turning it back on, and let's see if it posts. That's kind of what it was doing. Remember the first one? It was like, oh, we posted, and then I hit F1, and then it rebooted, and then it wouldn't post after that. And then I shut it off, turned it back on, and then it posted. It was kind of weird. Looks like it's going to post. So that's a post. Good. Does this posted in safe mode because I shut it off during the post. One more time, and then I'm going to set the XMP profile. Let's see if it posts after that. Because that's what we want to see it do, right? With the updated BIOS. Still posted. Alright, DOCP is enabled. Save and exit. These boards already come with a resizable bar enabled. Pretty sure it does. Keep us posted. I am. Now it's doing a memory training. I'm pretty sure it is, because it's stuck on DRAM right now. This is after enabling the RAM's profile, the DOCP. Now we're cycling. We're gonna post. So after the BIOS update, we have not had the same experience. And this is with the DOCP on. So, I would say let's run the RAM, and over time, keep an eye on it. You know, run some games after you get it. And then if we do run into any problems, my response to you is going to be swap that RAM out. But it seems stable right now. That's with DOCP on. We are running at 7200 megahertz right now. Posted. Sweet. I would definitely swap out the memory. It's running now. I mean, before we did the BIOS update, it was having issues, but now that we've got the BIOS update, for all we know, the support is kind of there for this kit. Maybe it's not listed on the website yet. I don't know. I'd say run it. And we'll see what it does. Alright, so with that being said, this concludes this build. So now we have build number 2 to start. And then I'll start Windows probably later tomorrow. build number 2. Yeah, that outside peel is all for me, I'm thinking. If it is an issue, I'll swap it. Nice. Build number 2. Another AMD build. This one should be a little bit quicker. All right. Change up the name. I'm not going to update the build, the exclamation point build right now. I'm just going to let that go because it's already late. Oh, thank you for the gifted sub, sir. Appreciate you. Yeah, outside of the peel. Pajama man? How does a custom PC builder work on your website? It forced me to select an AMD and Intel CPU. Alright, so the custom PC builder on the website is not perfect right now. The website is technically still being worked on. So if you'd like a build and you're having issue with the custom PC builder, just fill out the custom build request form, which is the other option. Just fill that out, send it over to me, and I'll build out your PC for you, and then send over a quote with literally everything on it. That's going to be the better option, other than because that PC builder isn't perfect yet, unfortunately. I don't like it. I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy with it yet. The prices are all jacked up, so don't select that right now. It wasn't supposed to be live, but my website guy ended up making it live, so it's live right now. And I'm going to be tackling that probably this week while I'm out. Okay, thank you for the explanation. It's a good start. I like how it looks. Yeah, it's a start. That's exactly how it is. It's coming together. It's just there's so many different components, and one of the guys that's helping me with it is not from the United States, so he's not familiar with all the. He's not familiar with what I'm building with, and he's learning as we work together, and then he's also not familiar with pricing over here. It's a lot different than where he is. So we're trying to make it work. So basically he's building it out, and then it's my job at that point to make sure all the pricing is right. So then we can get it a lot more squared up. I can never afford none of these. I just yeah, I can't either, to be honest. I'm still rocking a 5700X and a 3070 Ti. I'm still contemplating if I want to vert mount my GPU in my King 95. Well, guess what we're building in? We're building in a King 95 Pro with a vertical mount. And this mount is a good mount for this. So this build is build number 76. And it is going to be a red-black theme. This was selected on the website, so this was actually the King option on the website, and unfortunately we've been waiting on this red case forever. I actually ordered a second one, and I'm kind of glad I did, because the original one that I ordered finally showed up a day late today, and the box is absolutely destroyed. So I'm kind of happy that I ordered the other one and got it here a day earlier, because it was taking forever to get it here, And so I was like, you know what? Screw it. I just ordered another one. And so now we have two red King 95 Pros here, one in a completely destroyed box. So I'll probably send that one back because I don't even want to open it and look to see what's inside. Anyway, this one is an AMD Ryzen 9 9950X3D. Is that? Yep. And then we have an Arctic MX6 for the paste, along with the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3, which is the Pro version. Also took forever to get here. 64 gigs of DDR5 6000 MHz CL30, confirmed on the QVL list for the motherboard, which is a Trident Z5 Neo RGB kit going on a Gigabyte B850 Aurora Elite 557 motherboard. And then we are going to be running, let's see here, 2 terabytes M.2 Gen 4, which is going to be an MP44 by Team Group. And then our graphics card is the PNY GeForce RTX 5080 with the Epic X RGB features on it from PNY. We're going to be powering the system with a Thermal Take Tough Power GFA3, which is 1050 watt. I don't know why it's 1050 watt, but that one is 1050 watts. And that is an 80 plus gold fully modular power supply. We have red and black extension cables, as well as a full cable from the card to the power supply, 12 volt high power cable, because I don't like, if I can avoid extensions, I try to avoid extensions on the 12 volt high power. So I'll just buy the direct cable, obviously. Makes more sense to do it that way. And we're also going to put the graphics card in vertical. The case, as you already know, is a King 95 Pro, which is in red. So this is a beautiful looking case. It's gonna be pretty cool looking. Red and black. It's gonna be dope. And it's probably gonna take about 2 hours to build, so we're gonna be at 6.5 hours in the stream. A lot longer than I anticipated. Sorry, guys. We're going late tonight, but I have to. Gotta get this one built so I could ship it tomorrow. Kind of that situation. Alright. So, with that being said, let's jump right into it. And I'm probably gonna heads down this one and just plow through it, guys. So I gotta get it done. Just whatever. At this point, whatever. Let's go. Another build. Cooling will be solved soon in the future. No more liquid cooling and all the bull. Simple and better. If it makes building them easier, then I'll take it. It's actually a pretty board. For a B850, it's a very nice looking board. The Aurora Elite B850. Nice looking. Hey, what's up, Steven? Hello, nice to catch the stream. Oh yeah, build number 2. Hey Mike, what's up? Hello Marathon stream, grab your Coke Zeros, boys. Seriously. The one I'm building now has a 14600K and a 5070 with everything. I figured I would only have $800 into it, and that's the monitor and everything. Wow, that's pretty good. For a 14600K and a 5070, 800 bucks. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, you've joked about the extra 50 watts before. I keep buying them too because I know it bothers people. Yeah, that's what I do too. So I try to always build with quality. So if I'm building, if I'm building for myself though, I never do the cable management. It's just like, whatever, I don't care. All right, let's go fast. This is a fast song. It's got a good beat per second. Or beat per minute, BPM. All right, so that was our Ryzen 9 9950X 3D with our next is our 64 gigs of DDR5 6000 megahertz CL30. This is the Trident Z5 Neo RGB, which is on the QVL list. This particular kit is on the QVL list. Next up is a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe by Team Group, which is the MP44. Install that. Here, the top slot. Wanted to do. And next is our mounting brackets for our Liquid Freezer 3 Pro. which with AMD, like I've explained before, we have a right side and a left side. You know what I had to do there, because they don't have 3 headers up there. The pump header is actually way the hell down here on the board. I don't know why Gigabyte does that. You've been flipping PCs to get my build for free, but I only made about $400 profit in 3 months. It's very difficult. Yeah, right now it is a buyer's market. It is not a seller's market. I'm going to bow out a little early. Good night, some giant idiot. Thanks for hanging out and helping. Bro, I fucking love this channel. Let's go. I posted a pic of my PC in the Discord. I'll take a look. Please tell me if you got matching fans for the AIO. I'll take a look. Make sure you tag me so I look. 420 brig. Oh boy. I need an RMA. I need to RMA a 7900 XT. I tried everything. Oh, so you are sending it back? Yeah, I thought you said you had that figured out, Steve. Did it give you more problems after that? No, for the build you are working on now. Gotcha. No, they are not matching fans. I mean... yes. Most of the time I'll do that, but this is a pre-build option on the website, so They're not matching. I have a 9070 XT. If I get another, I'll put it up for sale. There you go. Or put it in another build. You said you do builds for people, right, Steve? But all right, we are ready for the case. Let's go ahead and get that out. Toolless entry to enter the case. There's just 2 thumb screws for the side panels. 1 thumb screw on each side. Then we have direct access to the case. I do have possibly, let me see how many I have. I've only got 2 here of the Montex. This was a pack of 3, but I must have stolen one for something. I've only got 2 here. So, not enough to cover the cooler. Don't know where it went. Can't remember. But It'll be fine. It'll be up high and kind of tucked away. I don't think it's gonna like make or break the aesthetics. So typical viewer, I haven't updated the build specs, but this is a Ryzen 9 9950X3D on a B850 Aurora Elite Wi-Fi 7 board. 64 gigs of Trident Z5 Neo RGB, which is 6000 MHz CL30, and then an RTX 5080 with a 2 terabyte MP44 and a Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 Pro, and then a Montech King 95 Pro in red. So it's a red and black themed build. Then we have a Thermaltake 1050 watts, 80 plus gold power supply. And then we do have a universal Cooler Master vertical bracket for the GPU. So that is the build that we're working on currently. I know I didn't update the build command there. I'll answer that when I see it. I'm trying to burn through this quickly because I'm getting tired. And I need this build done today. Yeah, that was the first build. Thank you, Jesse. Close. Not quite. Quite the same. Cable Combs, bro. What's up, Onra? Welcome to the build show. Could steal the one off the back spot and pick up the Arctic on the back. Nah. I think I'm just going to leave the Arctics on the top. Building 2 PCs. This is build number 2, owner. We already got through the first build, surprisingly. I'm still standing. Right. Forgot about this. I do like the cable management in this case too. Very simple. Pretty sure both PWM and addressable RGB down there. I almost thought there was a bar there from the Lian Li. Grabbed midair. Grabbed nothing but air. Yeah, you could do that. Soldier hard. But, I think I'm just gonna leave it as is. If it was a custom build and there's more to it, I would definitely put more to it and then change out the... But this is a pre-build and this was the build out that they selected, so This is what we get. So that would be an idea to add that feature on as an option you could select in the builder or in the customizer. Because he did customize this. He selected the CPU, he selected the case color, what else? The cables, the RAM, the SSD. A stupid fly that keeps flying by me. Okay, there's all of those. Now we can just jump right into mounting the cooler. Which, if you don't remember, this particular case comes with its own screws for mounting the AIO. We do want to use those. Yeah, if there's not enough clearance between the screws and the top lid, and then the lid doesn't close right. So always make sure you use the AIO screws that come with the case for the Montech King 95 Pro, or the King in general. Owner of the build is incorrect. That was the first build that we did. This is the second one. I didn't update the build command since I did the first one. But it's a Ryzen 9 9950X3D on a B850 Aurorus Elite Wi-Fi 7 board. And then 64 gigs of RAM, DDR5 6000, CL30, and 2 terabyte M.2 Gen 4, which is an MP44. And then we have an RTX 5080 for this build with a 1050 watt Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 Pro. And the case, of course, is the Montech King 95 in red, and we have a red and black theme going here for the color scheme, if you haven't noticed that. The GPU is going to be mounted vertically as well. And once again, I should have plugged this in first. Didn't. Zip ties. I need an actual. Okay. We're gonna pretty much rip all of these out. It uses all of them or not, but I'm pretty sure it uses most of them. Dang it. My bad, just arriving? Yeah, no worries. I was just explaining because it's not going to match up. The math isn't going to math. And I'm tired. I'll watch the YouTube VOD after, yeah. First one's a pretty nice build. Had some issues, so had to do some troubleshooting. Mike Thompson, 5 hours late, not bad. Yeah, we're still going. Yes, sir. Just got done with my shift. 5090 build looks dope. Yes. This is the 5080 build, the second build. This is build number 2. But if you got to watch the 5090 earlier, I know you were here earlier. Yes, sir. But if you got to see it, the end results were there. Okay, so this vertical bracket, I hope it's gonna fit. If we can't do this, then we'll just have to put it in standard and refund them for the bracket. I don't remember if I've ever put one of these in here before. This is one of the easiest and most, possibly the best one you can install. So I'd say getting this thing as low as possible is going to be ideal, and it should fit. Should fit. Now I'm trying to think of how I'm going to ship this thing, because we'll have a vertical bracket. Let's get our GPU out. 5080. I think I'm going to ship it with the GPU uninstalled on the vertical bracket, so all he's got to do is plug the cable in, screw down the bracket, good to go. I know if I leave it installed vertically, it's gonna go bouncing all over the place. Ben, have you built in the 11 Mini? Not in a very long time, owner. It's been a while since I've done it. And the time that I did it, I did not enjoy it. Was not a pleasure building in that case. It was very tough. It has a weird smell to it, like a plastic. Looks pretty good. I like it. Have you seen the new version? It has the bottom fans in an angle. Yes, I have seen it. I have not built in the new version. The original was enough for me. It was enough. What's the build? Hey, Daredy. We're doing a Ryzen 9 59, or I'm sorry, Ryzen 9 9950X 3D with 64 gigs of DDR5 6000 MHz CL30, which is G.Skill Trident Z5 Neo RGB, a 2TB M.2 NVMe, Gen 4, Team Group MP44 SSD, and then we've got a B850 motherboard, Aurora Elite motherboard, with a PNY RTX 5080, an Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 Pro in a Montech King 95 Pro case with the Cooler Master universal vertical mount, which fits very nicely in here. But if the card's any taller than this PNY card, you're going to have a problem if you're using the same cooler, because these tubes are literally on top of the card, and you can't really position it much lower than that, so you're pretty limited. Then I got a 1050 watt power supply for this, which is a Thermaltake tough power supply, which we're almost ready to set up. There we have the red and black theme going very nicely. Oh. Gotta be careful with the hanging card now, with the bounces. We are ready to get the power supply out. This build was way faster. Like, not even close. That Lee build we did, time-wise, and the cable management is going to be so much easier. power supply time, which is our 1050 watt. I want to upgrade. Me too. I have a 5700X with a 3070 Ti. I feel like I need more CPU power. What a beauty. Amazing build. Oh yeah, with the AIO tubes, that was a tight fit. Yeah, it was a tight fit. It was, but it fit nonetheless. Oops, bumped the mic. Yeah, I know with that Arctic, with the tubes being on the bottom there, you can't really reposition the tubes either. Can be a little tricky. Because we're shipping it, I am going to take all these cables and plug them in, stuff them in the back. Because if not, you got to pack them up anyway. This way, I know they're going to stay in the back of the PC, never get lost. I actually don't need that one. Get the red one. This is what happens when you build for 6+ hours. 5 hours and 27 minutes. Son of a bitch. Not too shabby. It looks pretty good, guys. Not gonna lie. I like it a lot. Oh yeah. We're gonna light this thing up. All right, who's ready to fire this thing up? It's clean. It's clean. I'm looking for reliable extensions. These guys. These have been relatively inexpensive, but very nice. ABN01. All right, here we go. We're going to fire this thing up for the very first time in 3, 2, 1. Punch it. I do like the PNY graphics card being vertical with its little loop-de-loops matching all the rest of the loop-de-loops in the case. Minus the top fans that you can't even see. Hard to see anyway. Just kind of illuminates RGB, like a ceiling RGB light. But build number 76. See if it posts. I'm pretty sure it'll post, right? Fire. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Still waiting on that post though. It is 64 gigs, I believe, right? But it is going to have a little bit of a lengthy memory training for session. That's snazzy. Oh yeah. Well, wait until we get to adjust the RGB lights. I know we're not controlling the PNY card yet. This is just the hardware controller. I mean, throw some red in there on top of the red. Thank you for the follow. Performed over there on the Twitch side. Thank you. When you see my build in Discord with the matching fans on top, you will think otherwise. Oh, well, I know. I've seen it. Who else did that? Somebody else did it. I've done those builds before, and I've matched the fans in the Montech King Knight, and they look good. But it's hard to see the top fans. I guess unless you're sitting. Looking up. Yep, we got a post. So, we posted. Finery. System detects you've installed an X3D CPU. Would you like to enable the X3D Turbo mode for boosting gaming performance? Please note, the option will adjust CPU core and thread count. Gaming performance improvement may vary by CPU and DRAM's conditions. Note, you could disable X3D turbo mode option in BIOS later if... I'm just going to say no for now, and then we'll look at that. Oh yeah, the King 95 Pro cases are just aesthetically pleasing. I picked the PNY card because of its RGB circles, which was kind of like the Montech fans. It looks pretty dope. Looks like the computer's almost staring at you with its eyeballs off to the side for I don't but it is pretty cool looking. Build number 76 is built. So now I just got to get Windows loaded, BIOS updates, drivers, package this thing up, and UPS is picking it up tomorrow. So it's got to go out tomorrow. I'm going to be up late finishing this one. But it is late. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here. And I got to call it a night. You want one in white? Whites are always looking... They look dope. Good job hanging in there. I did it. I got through 2 builds tonight. You know, just... We call it prep work for the upcoming holiday season. Where we do like 5 builds in a day. Build looks sick. Thank you. Thank you for the stream, Ben. You're welcome. You're welcome. Anytime. We'll be live again tomorrow night doing one last build before the vacation on the 27th. So if you didn't catch these ones, you can definitely catch tomorrow. I'll be trying to start around 8 p.m. again tomorrow. I can't guarantee if we are going to start at 8, but around 8 o'clock, give or take some time there. You know me, I try. So, alright guys, we'll see you tomorrow night. Have a good night. And more caffeine next time. Yeah, that's definitely going to be noted. Have a good night, guys.